Atabari e Morina, to likely my papa watching us on the live stream, all our people and others watching this extraordinary council meeting. I'll formally open our meeting with our council. Tēnei tātou, e te atua, tuku mātou kia kaha mai na māngai, ko whiripiri hia mo te kaunihira o te hiko o te ika, i te mahi me te ngākau auaha, me te hakamahi ngā pūkinga me te mātauranga I roto I ngā wānanga me ngā hakataunga, kia haka tūri ai te tahi hapuri e matatika ana, e tū kotahi ana, kamutu ka hakapiki anō I te oranga o tātou rohe, tawa mo ngā taki o te rohe I runga I te tikamina. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Whānau district imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently. Just by way of a few real announcements, advising that our Kai Hakapiti Reo Māori language interpreter Pariti Wait is unavailable for today's extraordinary meeting. To keep that in mind, we are live streaming this meeting on our YouTube channel. A reminder to everyone that our microphones in chambers, and I believe we've got a paper coming to us around getting desktop mics to help with the sound quality, but for now we've got our panels above. They do pick up on sounds, so keep your side chats to a minimum and paper shuffling to a minimum. I wanted to just acknowledge Matariki and Puanga actions across the Roki and thank all of our beautiful community organisations, hapu, iwi, whānau, who have put on celebrations our Roki to celebrate the new year. I also wanted to acknowledge the announcement of the closure of the Kaitaia Mill. This is something that is devastating for any community in Aotearoa. And to see other districts go through this, near Western Houghton, as well as South Waikato, near Gary Pickley, what the effect of mill closures does for smaller communities. So sending aroha to our whānau that will be affected by the announcement of this closure, but just wanting to also share that there are still opportunities that are available for our town in Kaitaia, and that this is the Whānau District Council as well as Northern Regional Council that we're working with all different opportunities can be, and those are ongoing conversations. Just definitely sending to our who are directly impacted by the events in this time. We're going to go into our just noting apologies. So I'll move that we'll note apologies from Kaite Hokianga Community Board Chair Jessie McVeigh, and also Matua Wilsfritsky, Chair of the Teku Community Board. We'll give a second of those. Thank you for the food. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, all abstentions, that's carried. We will move on to our deputations now, and I can see Mina from my paper has right in up to my hiding way, who is here to speak about Ngāti Manawa and Ngāti Te Reinga. Let's give a deputation on that. Te te wā kia koe, te wā mena kia tū. Te kaunga mena tika kia koe, tō pāta whānau the two for your education, and thank you for travelling into the big smoke.
Tina koe, o tira tina kaita kato, taku ingoa ko mina pomere kaita, e uri tēnei no Ngāti Manawa no Ngāti Te Reinga. Ko hau hoki te tūmua ki o te kura taumata o Pangaru. Turi tu koutou a hau I te kainga. Nō reira, ko aku tauira I haere mai ngā ito kato o te hauraro, ngā hapu o te hauraro hoki anga. Nō reira e mihi anga. My name is Mina Pomere Peita. I'm a descendant of the hapu of Ngāti Manawa, one of the biggest hapu in Pangaru in North Hokianga, as well as Ngāti Te Reinga on my mother's side. I'm also the principal of Te Kura Taumata o Pangaru, I have students that come from Omanaya right over to to Pawaringa and all of the different areas, the whanga, the bays of Hokianga. So I come to speak about obviously the kaupapa today for the extraordinary council meeting, which is around the Northland Unitary Council, and come to speak on my opinions of it and my views on it. I've come here to talk about the proposal. I'm not confident that my 15-minute speech will change anybody's minds. I'm not confident that anything in this country at the moment where Māori are considered, where Māori are the beneficiaries, I'm not confident that we matter anymore. However, I think that, as the saying goes by Sir James Henry, we've come too far to not go further. We've done too much to not do more. So in my mind the other day, it was like, I want to go and speak to this. I've been home 30 years, in Hokianga 30 years. I've been the principal of Te Kura Taumatoa Pangaru since 2001. And we've done a lot of work around education, around so much at home. Because we believe that our people can contribute to the economic fabric of our society, of this country. And so I put my hand up to come home 30 years ago to be part of that. However, it would be fair to say that in the last 50 years, since I was a young girl standing in front of black and white TV, watching my brothers and my family cross the Hokianga, cross the harbour bridge in the 1975 land claim with our tupuna, Dame Whinakupa. I remember standing there and wanting to be there on that bridge with all of the students from Hatupitara and thinking, yes, we're going to be making a difference. And that's why I've come here today, because I think I've been making a difference with my whānau at home, and I think that we still have more to do. We have been growing our people all of these years. There have been active and deliberate strategies to revitalise, to reclaim, to reframe, to rewrite, and to rewrite from wrong our language, our history, our land claims, our claims to our land, etc. These have been made even more visible by becoming law. The Kohanga Reo, the Kura Kaupapa Māori, Waitangi Tribunal Act, these have all been as a result of people doing the hard yards and people doing that. I'm a descendant, I'm a product of that era. And so when I watched Matiu Rata on the TV, patching his plane down to Parliament and to be fighting against all of the kōrero in Parliament, I wanted to follow in those shoes. And I think I have. However, in the past 2.5 years, I think all of this mahi is becoming quickly eroded by our current government, and Māori are becoming even more invisible. So I come here to this council to tell you that please don't make me, through my people and all of that, invisible. Our work, it's like the twink. We're just being whited out or written out by the stroke of a pen, the twink pen. I've read the paper on the unitary debate, and what I cannot see in this unitary debate is me. I cannot see my tomorrow in here. The government objective for the Unitary Council is simplification, is efficiency, is service, integration and regional coordination. But they do not visibly show tangata whenua. It's a simplification is just a neoliberal word for cutting down, reducing costs. But many examples of reducing costs end back up in the government hands for someone to pay. It does end up back there. Look at Air New Zealand as an example. Efficiency is just another neoliberalism term for making things smarter, faster, better. Again, costs, profits for some company, for some individual, for just a few people. When neoliberalism came in the 40s, which we couldn't afford, I get it, I avoid because of being all over the world. When it came in, we weren't even at the start line. We were never, and now as Māori who have grown and have got companies like some of my own family, it is still hard. It is still hard for them because they were never at the beginning of the line, in the first place. Service integration, another neoliberal view of making services available for everyone. Well, that's the intention. That might be the intention, but the outcome is usually like this. The further you are away from State Highway 1, like me, in Pangaru, out North Hokianga, the less integrated these services are. And therefore, many remote areas miss out. And regional coordination. What works for Whangarei won't work for Kaitaia. What works for Kirikiri won't work for Pangaru. The four options of the unitary debate are, although I do applaud the Council for taking the steps to democratically work on the options and vote on the options and hold workshops on the options. But I'm really sad and appalled, probably is the correct word I actually did right here. I'm a little bit nervous now that I'm standing in front of you fellas. I'm appalled at the sanitation of these options. And sanitation, I don't see me in there. The systemic nature of these options have not taken into account the special cultural capital that we have in Taitokero. The cultural capital we have in Taitokero must be our point of difference. The cultural capital in Taitokero is diverse. It is not homogenous. I don't know how to say this other than my colloquial words. I don't care what people say that, we're Māori and, this was done really well down in Auckland. It's not, why is it so difficult up here in Taitokero? It is because it shouldn't be that straightforward because we aren't. We're quite diverse. Even our tribes. I grew up knowing I was of the Te Raroa iwi. My Pomere line tells me I whakapapa from Ngāpuhi. I came here in 2014, 2015 to help with the kura in Northland College. I took some leave to come and help the commissioner of the time. And I knew then that my Ngāpuhi-tanga was important. But when I go home, it's not important, it's my Te Raroa-tanga. Our tribal areas, our diverse, we are not homogenous. We have different backgrounds. I'm totally, definitely brought up differently than someone in Kaiko. Someone who grew up in Whangarei or Kirikiri. And I wish that this council would see that the cultural capital you have in Taitokero means that we cannot, the Unitary Council does not take into account that the options that you have, doesn't take that into account. The government's objectives of being efficient, all of that, it's just going to create even more problems. I see that the EMSG recommends option 4. I just think that option 4 is slow release, inevitable. People don't have good memories and as to, 10 years or whatever time you're giving it, that it would be a staged transition model. Even though I think the intention is good, I don't think in history will tell us that it won't necessarily happen like that. And I don't think it's in our best. I don't think our systems and processes are like that. So if we look back at history and some examples of that in our own area, I think that we will find that instead of wiping out everything, let's strengthen and thicken what we already have instead of just going for a totally new model. I can see, I can read between the lines, and I acknowledge too that I'm sure not every, I'm sure views were put forward. I'm sure Te Tiriti was put forward. I acknowledge that, absolutely. I'm not saying that you didn't do that, but I am saying that I've come here to ask you to strengthen what we have as a council, as regional council. I was here the second to last time when I asked to speak, and the mayor of the time met with the mayor of regional council, and we were able to come together with, after I spoke, with a model, or with conversation around how we can do things around the roading, and that worked really well. I just think that I ask you urgency, really, that you do take into consideration what are our strengths in the current system that we have, and focus more on that than on what the government objectives are, which are, as they say, efficiency, simplification, efficient service integration, and regional coordination. Because I live a long way from State Highway 1. My people live a long way from State Highway 1. We are very remote. And what happens when you live that far away and when you are disconnected because nobody is looking out for us, is that you also get disconnected in your mind, and you isolate. And so it's like, it doesn't matter anyway for a minute because they don't care about us. And so it makes it really hard for people like myself who are at the I guess, always standing up and leading, instigating conversations. It makes it really hard because our people have a sense of distrust, really distrusting the systems. And so for me, I ask that for me and my people who I descend from and who I stand for, not only the chairperson, I'm not only the principal, I am also chairperson on 7 boards of the various things like the Te Hiku, Te Ika Māui Conservation Board. I'm the chair there, the chair of Pāarea Trust, chair of the Marae, all of those areas. I ask you to really reconsider the models that you have and look at them again and look for the strengthening and the thickening of what we do well, and then coming up with an option 5. So koe nānu tina koe te paika, tina hoki koe te kana tuakana ko hepu koutou konga aku kana whanaunga tina koutou katoa.
E mihi mea ngā whai nui tō whai wahitanga mai ki tēnei ui e whai menga. E tō mana nui I roto I te kāna, I roto I te taitukerei whānau. Just really want to thank you for taking the time to come and deputise us. We do have some time for questions if you have any questions from the floor.
I don't know if I can answer them. Yeah, but yeah, okay.
Any questions?
I don't have any flash answers.
And I think your point, I'll got some answers here.
Yeah.
What does option 5 look like for you then? And but we're stuck between a rock and a hard place with the timing and all of that sort of thing, trying to figure out what is best for the people of the far north and how we work within the main ways that get put up and all that sort of thing. So what for you would option 5 look?
Oh, Māori have to be there. Māori have to be in that option. When I'm reading through this, these models, it's like people talk about schools and curriculum. No curriculum and nothing, no children in there. And it's the same with the system. The system's nothing if you're not including people in there. And so I don't see anything Māori in there. I don't see me in there. I don't see my tomorrow in there. I've taught kids been a teacher for 41 years, moko. And I don't, and I'm proud of the raukura, the manupiriri that have come out of our areas. and I don't see them in there. And it makes me, at the senior end of my career, it makes me, tangi hau I rotia hau. When I see my 3-year-old moko, and I think to myself, what do I have to do for you now to make you strong in this new world? That's all.
One more question is, this is going to be an intergenerational change for local government, for us here in Te Pai. You know, the last was in 1989. Prior to 1989, North Okianga had its own council, independent county council, still feeling isolated out there, and you have the mayor, deputy mayor of the Whanau district, both pakapaka very strongly, they home to Waiho and Te Miti, still get that. And that sort of thing. No matter what model we end up going with, how important do you think it is to have very strong local representation? 1989, when the first set up, Hokianga had its own board councillors. It wasn't so board itself, and over the years, it's kind of there. But what's the importance of that extra local layer?
Oh, even more important, when you quote the year 1989, in 1989 was also the Tomorrow Schools that came in, and that was the establishment of the Board of Trustees. And so in those years too, in the 80s, where we were rewriting from the wrong and also revitalising and reclaiming our language, you have many more Māori and non-Māori that can speak our reo now. And so they have to be included into this model. We are writing a model that is as if the world hasn't changed. People have grown. There are more children in our classrooms that know more about Te Ao Māori as a result of that. So, you know, look at the models that, and that's why I say just strengthen what we have instead of just waiting it out.
Thank you very much for your question to us. Our next deputation we have online in the Swahili Dallas King, who is the next Kaharo. Not your first rodeo, giving a deputation to this council at Te I'll pass the time.
Kia ora, I'm just checking, can you hear me? Oh, wonderful. I can see some people nodding. A tēnā koutou, a mōrena. Ko Dallas King tōku ingoa he uri tēnei no te hokianga nui a kupe. Ai, ko au te kai kōrero o Ngāti Kaharo me Ngāti Hauhapu. And before I get into it, can I just acknowledge my friend and my mentor in many ways, Whae Mina. It was wonderful to hear your kōrero in ai tautoko, what you have said. Councillors, mayor, staff, what a stink deal this is. What a rough deal this has been. This government has served up a very no way out of it that's a good way task, I believe. And in the name of things like affordability and simplification, wouldn't it be wonderful to simplify things? When I read those, the comments made by the minister when he announced this, I thought to myself, well, I'm a mother of 3 beautiful children. They were all raised in the same home, in the same environment. And if you asked me to simplify between the 3 of them, I would have trouble. I would have trouble. They are so diverse in their needs. So how do I approach a deputation such as this, knowing those things and understanding the scale of the decision in front of you all? It's tough, and I wanted to say that first up so that you all understand, at least on my part, that I can see the machinations that sit behind the bill and the task that's been set in front of you. That being said, it wouldn't be helpful for me or for us in this in our communities of te hiku o te ika, to sit around and commiserate. I think commiserations are not helpful enough in this instance. And so I wanted to use this time to raise some of the already probably raised concerns. But from a point of view of governance, I myself work in that field. I have practiced as a commissioner in education. I provide advice and guidance to industries across the board here in Aotearoa and internationally, and around governance systems that facilitate and utilise Indigenous knowledge systems for the delivery of excellent outcomes into communities, whatever their communities are. And so I just wanted to say that I think adapting governance models worldwide show us lots of lessons. And probably the biggest lessons are what you mentioned already, Mea Moko, when you talked about the amalgamation of the 6 borough councils into the Whānau District Council in 1989. And ultimately, I think the tension between integration of voice comes when there is a distancing between the impacted communities and the voices or the representation of those communities. And that's the tension that we're all feeling, and the fear in communities. And I'm a hapu kai kōrero, but here I am, because even in this council, it has become, we become vilified if we speak only from the basis of hapu. If we say hapu this, Māori this, we become vilified. On social media, the points of view that we raise, that hapu and iwi raise, even if they are valid, community-oriented points, suddenly it gets played out on social media like we are trying to, get a gimme for our tiny little community. People have it's such a voracious appetite to attack that. So when I say the word community, I mean all communities, because I don't know about the unromanticized versions of other people's views of hapu. But when you're a hapu, you have a responsibility to discharge a level of care and manaaki to attain a quality of life for all the people living in your hapu tribal lands, living in your tribal areas. Your view is to have a quality of life for everyone that lives there. So, look, even the way that I speak has to be adjusted because of the way that we have been vilified as te iwi Māori, as hapu kai kōrero. So I'm coming from a point of view of communities. Communities are worried that the distance between them and the people making those decisions, even if we have localised representation, will be increased, and therefore there'll be less direct accountability. I was pleased when I saw in the report that was provided along with this agenda, in section 7, I think it was, I hope it was, if you want to go and look at it, there was a very brief mention of Wellington Water. Wellington Water is a classic example of the tension between adapting governance and the distance between the point of accountability and the point of decision making and all the bureaucracy that lies in between. One of the critical challenges for all of the councils in Te Tai Tokerau is around infrastructure, and more we see these constructs coming in between the community and the decision making and the bureaucracy, and then there's the industry sitting out here. And in Wellington Water's instance, just accountability lost all transparency in that example. So what we see there is this classic thing. You could see it coming, right? And that's my worry. We can see what's coming. We've been through it before. Once upon a time, everybody that looked after the roads in Hokianga lived in Hokianga. Once upon a time, everybody that looked after public amenities in Hokianga lived in Hokianga. And this is not Hokianga as the example for everyone. It's just that I don't have the right to speak on behalf of other communities, but I imagine that it was the same in those other communities now. Now we have people that nobody knows that turns up, and we've accepted that because the council has particularly this council and the term before, have made really conscious efforts to listen to communities, to return local jobs for local amenities to local people. What happens now when we amalgamate into an even bigger unitary authority and there's an even bigger distance between communities and the decision making, and the infrastructure in between those also now takes on a national orientation? From the central government's point of view, their perspective is that's great cost saving, because instead of having all these little people making little decisions, we've now got one big person making one decision with the whole purse, and they can move decisively, but they do not move dynamically. And so, there's lots of things: loss of local knowledge, tension between the integration of voice, affordability, which also sometimes and oftentimes translates into the loss of local jobs and loss of localized solutions. We're concerned, obviously, about what it looks like for representation. We fought really hard to get a more equitable representation of our diverse communities here in Te Tai Tokerau and Te Heku o Te Ika in particular, to establish and reconfirm and establish again Māori wards in that representation. I noticed that when it got to iwi representation in the report that was provided, because option 4 is taking place over time and the details are yet to be, the worry is, though, it doesn't say anything about retaining iwi partnerships, hapu partnerships, community partnerships, because there are lots of other types of partnerships. In fact, there are more of the other kinds of partnerships than there are of hapu and iwi partnerships. It also doesn't, you know what I mean? There's option 1, option 2, option 3, and then there's no option 4. No option 4 column when it comes to representation. No option 4 when it comes to iwi representation in those tables. And so I understand that what it is the option 4 is those things will be worked out over time. But what we saw transpire between 1989 and 2025 is that over time there was less and less and less representation from Hokianga. Yeah, and again, so it's not Hokianga is the most important, it's just that's the only one I have the right to speak on behalf of. Over time, we saw less and less and less local employment in Hokianga for council-owned and operated infrastructure and assets. Over time, we saw community boards built into place to address that need, but community boards were limited in terms of what kinds of decision making they could really make and what types of budget influence they could have. It's improved recently, but now we're worried that all of that improvement is going to be lost. We also worry, of course, all of these committees are then set up to ensure that we don't have such a big loss of local knowledge. And these are just the learnings from 1989 until now. And so if I'm casting forward about what this is going to look like in 30 years, the worry is that we are in 30 years' time going to be working back through the same equation. So the question, I think, is how do we avoid that? On one hand, central government is so volatile, and sadly that volatility has found part of its voice in our own local governance group, and that's so disappointing. I mean, I just can't say enough how disappointing that is, that the lack of integrity around those things. And look, it's not worth spending a lot of time on, but what I would say is that we find ourselves here in 2025. What's that going to look like? Central government's so volatile. So the one pro, or the one thing that I'm for in option 4 above all the other options, because some of those other options are just, not okay really. Option number 1, for instance, is ridiculous. Option 4 is an improvement on option number 1. Because what it does is it provides an opening for us to have an opportunity to engage strongly with central government, with the government elections coming up, and hopefully to back turn some of the massive, things that we have suffered over the term of this current government. But that's all a little bit pie in the sky. So what I asked myself is, what are some of the things that happens in the amalgamation? And when I thought about Northland Regional Council and the Land Transport Committee, for instance, I thought that's a classic example where they leverage the deprivation indice of the poorest communities to access a higher level of central government investment into roading and infrastructure, for instance, particularly capital investment into roading infrastructure. But then that money doesn't get spent in those poor deprived communities, comes into the budget, but it gets spent elsewhere, not in the communities where the deprivation indice sits at 9 and 10. It actually goes into the communities where the deprivation indice is in the 2s, 3s, 4s and 5s by and large. If you have a look at it, you'll see 2, 3, 4 and 5. And that rating, that's where most of the investment goes. And the rationale that they use is to say things like, it's that community that needs the connection into those deprived communities. So can you see how quickly the paradigm shifts from, oh, these guys are the most needy, therefore they warrant more investment, right? And we know that the history of the world teaches us that where investment in infrastructure goes, economy follows, except for it never makes it to that community. So how do we make sure that decision making is not distanced from the communities that it represents? And how do we make sure that investment as a result of communities makes it to those communities? I don't have a secret weapon or a secret answer to that, but I do believe that there are examples in and around the world, particularly when you look at Switzerland in and around how they operate their cantons and their investment structure in and around localised rating, localised decision making and localised culture enhancing. You know, they identify in Switzerland that each individual community and settlement has its unique culture and unique languages. I think that that's something that's really worthwhile looking at. It's a pity to me that we've only looked at New Zealand examples in that report. I think that worldwide we can learn lessons from amalgamations and the reverse of amalgamations. I would offer to you to say as a council suggesting that the location of the meetings that you have matters. That has been our experience as hapu. And as communities, when a meeting is held in Rawane, people are aware of the community that they're meeting in. Just the fact of driving there. So what does that mean? This is a tiny little practical thing like, well, if there is to be an option 4, whether we like it or not, because the government is utilising the whip, and hanging a whip out like it's a carrot. It's like a whip that's got a carrot picture on it, but it's just a whip at the end of the day. Where those meetings take place matters. If all of the meetings are in whāngarei, that's quite telling. So where those meetings take place matters. I think utilising the time wisely if we do end up with option 4, because I can't see right now under the like you said, you're a rock in a hard place. In between the tides is not enough time to fix your net yet or to make the net yet. The tide's on its way out. We know the tide's coming in. So what can we do in that time? I think relationships are really key. I'd love to see that there's some safeguarding of community representation. I think that relationships are really key. I'd love to see that Māori wards are upheld, particularly in Te Heku for Te Heku o Te Ika representation. I'd like to think that we use the time wisely as communities and as council to engage and build relationships with the government that comes out of this next election and to see what we can do to reshape. They went through a holus bolus regime, which has been just damaging. And finally, I asked myself, what would Maui do in this situation? What would Maui do in this situation? Maui the innovator, Maui the retriever of fire. What would Maui do in this situation? And I haven't found an answer yet that is safe to say in this forum, which to me was quite a confronting thing. I wrote maybe 4 paragraphs exploring that idea about Maui. But if we say it in this forum now, Māori voices get vilified. So I need to rethink a way to approach sharing what the Māori paradigm might look like in an amalgamation order, which is kind of what this is. And so I don't have answers and I don't have a direct request because I think it's really clear what's happening here. And I do just want to encourage you all by saying that we see the tough task that's ahead of you, and we're here and we're willing to help. And that there are some really great case studies that I'd be happy to share with all of the elected representatives if that's something you'd be interested in. As you're moving forward today, a decision needs to be made, and I think out of the decisions that are in front of you, understanding how local government works and having read now the reform that's in front of you from central government, I have to say that out of all of the options that sit on your table, unless you are going to introduce an alternative altogether, option 4 does look like the best out of a bad bunch. But again, it's a whip with a carrot picture on the front of it. It's neither of the other same. It's the same like rates, right? It's the same debate. I watched as councillors debated. We do need to maintain services and delivery of services. We don't want to increase the cost of living for our constituents, but at the same time, inflation has rendered us in this position. Nobody likes to announce that their cost of living is going to go up for everybody, but it's a bit of a tough decision to make. It's a tough decision. Yeah. Other than that, I can see that I've got 30 seconds, so I'll wrap it up there and just say, I just wanted to say that we're aware of the tough situation that this is. We're grateful for the opportunity to contribute and have voice. And I am saddened that actually we have to be very conscientious in a different kind of way about the vilification of Māori views. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe, mihi nui ana ki a koe te tuahine e Dallas. Your vernacular, is that the word? Vocabulary that you have, you know, the ability to just pull out is amazing. And I've got a lot of words written in my book that I'm going to try practicing. Coming from there. Mihi ana, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. Tēnā koe.
Our final deputation for this morning's extraordinary is the one that only Maria Mino Kapakini, our MP for the Kiro, also here speaking on behalf of Great to be here today.
E mihi atu ana ki a koutou katoa, katika ka mihi ki a koe e te karika. Ami te mihi ki a koe me tō whānau nungi, nei te mihi a whānau ki a koe. Katika ka mihi ki te whare, a tēnā tātou katoa. Me pēhea ka tima te taku kōrero, kua kōrero a muri te ngā kai kōrero kai mui ahau. The privilege to speak after Mina and to speak after Dallas is truly, it's an impressive thing to follow given where my job takes me. And the speakers that I follow down in Wellington, not all of them are as impressive or interesting. You know, it's interesting, and nor are they as grounded. So I was sitting there listening to Mina. Next minute, ka tima te tangi. And if any of you know me, you'll know that that's not an extraordinary thing. But it means when you become present to what people are actually saying and how they make you feel, that memory will never leave you. So e mina tēnā roho ki koe, tēnā roho ki koe. Ka koe no ki e Dallas, ka ni te mihi. I wanted to make those statements, and I want to have a little bit of context, if I can, i te kahika and a bit of an introduction. So I agree with you. Imagination, skill and wisdom are the things that we should reach for and pray for when we start this discussion today. I recognise, and it's noted in the previous speaker's called it a rock and a hard place. You are handed an impossible situation. So please, if you will, think about, and I'm sure you will, but it's important to repeat it, that see the faces like Mina, like Heta, like Heta up in Te Kao, like Waitai, like Dallas, like all our whānau. The minute you see their faces, you remember who you are and where you come from and what your job is focused on. When I heard the extraordinary meeting, I'm really ticked that I missed the hui similar in Hāngale and in the Kaipara. I didn't get to speak there, but it is a privilege to and grateful to you for allowing me to do this. It is a concern, and like all of these things that I'm talking about now, they're kind of introduction and context, but they are all connected, because in my view and in my experience and in my short life of 60-something years, everything ultimately is connected to everything else. Regardless of your job or your expertise, it is connected to everything else. So I am saddened and disappointed with what's happening with the Duke and Initial and our whānau in Te Muri Henua and Te Hiku. I also recognise that there are other things, as you at potential other opportunities, but it always is when families get nervous, you lose an income, you lose a whole number of things. You lose your nerves sometimes. You get worried, you get nervous, you go, how will I feed them? How will I have enough hinu in my vehicle to get where I need to get our kids where they need to go? So those things do, again, they filter down into our homes. Just a little bit about me, if you don't know me. My name is Maria Meno Tapakingi. I was born in Te Kao. I was born in Te Kao and raised across Te Tai Tokerau. So I know and understand what it means to be a very ngāpuhi nui tonu kōtio and wahine, and what it means to be raised at home. And I'm grateful for that. My dad moved us from Te Kao and moved us into Whangarei. And we've lived in Onarahi, and I still live in that same home. It's a Māori Affairs home. They were called Māori Affairs homes back then. And back then, you could capitalise, which is interesting. It's about housing and affordability, and access to homes. You could capitalise the family benefit back then. Most of you, some of us might know, Chiki, you might know, but not all of you will necessarily have that information and therefore understand what it was for the likes of my dad, who was born in 1928, in Te Kao, my mum was born in 1935 in Pupuke. So I come from the same road that the kahika comes from. I'm Weber Road. Well, there's a little turn off there, but Weber Road and Kai and Pupuke. So again, those things give me a context and the relevance of being able to stand as a privilege in front of you today. Can I please just mention Lenny and Candy Diamond and Harmony and Waitai and those names again? Some of you, if you don't realise, it's typical for us as Māori to recognise those that have passed on. And so those are some of the names that I wanted to say in front of you today. So, born and raised in Te Kao and in Whangarei, and part of that context will show up in my kōrero. I've got some notes, Te kahika, and I will use them because often when I don't, I fail to land the points. And the people that write these things for me ring me and go, you did not land the points. So I've got some notes that I will refer to. So grateful for the opportunity to provide a level of deputation, my tōku whenua, my tōku hapu, my tōku iwi katoa o te tai tokerau te muri whenua. So, and recognising that this discussion is around the reform, and I picked up words like the Head Start pathway, and they all sound very like we're moving forward. But so I'm not quite sure, but I'll discuss that as I go. I don't want to debate it so much, but I do want to discuss whether Northland should have, whether we should have 1 or 2 or 7 for that, no, whatever the number might be, but this is an opportunity for Tai Tokerau to shape its own future. And I do think it is, as I was listening to Mina's kōrero, and I think it's reasonable. It's not unreasonable for some distrust and worry and concern. And let me just refer to some. So Mina talked about new liberalism neoliberalism, sorry, and homogenous. Where else would you see those words are significant and important because they come, but she's bringing a certain perspective into this discussion, which must be noted and placed on record. And when I wrote them down, I thought, gee, I don't think anyone ever uses that language in the House, Minister, so need on you. But she did talk about not being confident and then listed a number of things where she's not confident. And I wanted to refer to those because I think there is that level of that confidence. But I do believe that there is an opportunity in the people in this room to make confidence true. And so I wanted to make that statement. E te kahika, the by Northland for Northland makes great Māori sense to me. It makes great sense in general, but it particularly makes Māori sense when you are who you are and you surround yourself with people, certain people that give you that might and that confidence to place your thinking and to move your group and your board forward. So I acknowledge that, and it makes a lot of sense. And by the way, I will be borrowing it in my campaign. I've got some similar that likened to it, by the way. All right. The word simplify, if I can speak about that. Unfortunately, the word simplify and the concept of it often means that we vanish and we make invisible. And I think that's concerning because the minute you say simplify, you say reduce. When you say reduce, you say that voices will fade into the background. That's how we hear it. And we hear it that way, particularly Māori no te taitokero. We hear it that way because that is our experience. That is how we've experienced simplification, right? Making, reducing, making less. And those words, they've always been a risk, they've been dangerous, and they have failed us, and they will fail us still. So I don't like that word, so we'll find better ways to talk about this. We have lived through this before in 1989, and those have been referred to already. And here's a little insight. My dad used to work for the County Council in Whangarei. So you remember those yellow and green trucks? Do any of you remember the yellow green trucks that they used to drive around on? I do, because I used to go to work with my dad in those trucks. He worked for the County Council and he was on this worked in the water treatment space. So again, what was interesting about that was when I'd go to work with him and he would drive out to Whangarei Heads, beautiful, but we'd drive past all the metal roads in which our whānau would live. We'd drive to wealthy places, wealthy areas, and he would fix that water, but we'd drive past the places, the metal roads where our whānau lived, and the roads and the water systems and the water treatment was ignored, right? So that's my memory of that time. I want to mention in this the other reforms that happened in 1989, and Via spoke to the reforms in education. Was that schools, were they? Yes. You should also know that at that time, in 1989, Puao Te Atatu, right? There was another reform that came through. Children and Young Persons and Their Families Act came into play. Now, reforms were obviously a popular and trendy thing at the time, but they were all connected. Now, the reason I refer to that is that there were great ideas then, there was great expectation. The words iwi, hapu, and whānau whaia, by the way, Dallas, whānau, hapu, and iwi were introduced into legislation, one of the very first pieces of legislation back then. And we got excited about that. We thought this is a good thing. This is in 1989, the same time when all the local changes were being made. It didn't change much at all, is the risk. It didn't change much at all. And why do I know that? Because more than 300 of our mokopuna Māori are in state care. Okay, so 1989, lots of reforms. So not feeling particularly encouraged about that time, maybe some, but anyway, that's what I want to make as a reference to those times from 1989. Communities are not opposed to the change is what I'm hearing. They are asking for evidence. They want to know. They want to hear and they want. And I agree with Dallas. It does matter where you have these conversations, to travel to those roads, to go to Te Kao, to go to Te Hapua, to go out to where Dallas lives, to go out to where Mina lives, to really know and understand what the risk and what the threat is and how people are feeling. Concern I most hear is not opposition to the reform itself, but will communities genuinely benefit from the reform. People want to know whether the smallest communities will have a voice. People will want to know whether the investment will be shared fairly. And Dallas made reference to that. Yes, it sounds like there's a lot of money that will come this way potentially, but will it ever filter out to the roads where our farm live? People want to know whether influence becomes more whether influence becomes more concentrated as decision making becomes more centralised. There's risk there, and people are worried. I guess the statement is true. When you're out of sign, you're out of mind. When you're out of mind, you are out of the planning and you are out of the policy. So the assurity that people will seek from your group is that their voices, their minds, their faces are recalled when this work's been done. The real question is not efficiency, it's equity. The debate is often framed around efficiency, but for many communities, the question is equity. Who benefits from the investment? Who receives the infrastructure? Who receives economic development opportunities? And who continues to wait? Sadly, it is too many of our whānau Māori in our very rural areas. Much of the community point to what they would perceive as decades of uneven investment across Te Tai Tohira. You'll know because how many potholes do we have now still, Te Kahika? I remember you citing a crazy number.
Well, then the number of potholes.
Right. So that's a truckload. So again, what that points to is where the resource ends up being.
You do have a really good plan to share.
Great, exactly. No, I know you. That's why I support you in your plan. So whether the perceptions of uneven investment are fully supported by data or not, they are real concerns held by real communities. When communities repeatedly see growth concentrated in one part of the district while deprivation remains entrenched elsewhere, they naturally ask whether a larger governance structure will improve or worsen that imbalance. I think that's a reasonable question. One of the strongest measures we continue to hear is the perception, strongest messages we continue to hear is the perception that investment has been concentrated in, and I'm not being rude about this, kiri. I just said that out loud, yes. What is notable is that this isn't a new concern. The Far North District Council itself acknowledged during 2018 long-term planning consultations, recording that many submitters believed significant proposed roading investment for kiri should instead be directed to other communities. Council ultimately delayed those projects in response to those concerns. Here's the thing, kiri is named in 10 capital works projects compared to 1. Just sounds like I'm bagging kiri. Shut up. And I'm not, but what I do want to ensure that the point is shown that this is how people perceive this and needs to be noted. So I'm going to suggest this, that we must have a reform that must pass the Kaitaia test, the Hokianga test, and the Kaikohe test. A reform model should not be judged by whether it works for the fastest growing communities. It should be judged by whether it works for Kaitaia, whether it works for Kaikohe, whether it works for Hokianga, whether it works for Kawakawa and Mōrewa, because those are the communities that most need equitable governance. They are smaller communities but remain with high levels of deprivation. So at Te Kahika, this is why the principle by Northland for Northland matters, because only the people of this region understand where investment has succeeded, where communities feel left behind, and what a better future looks like. So I'm going to wrap up now. So the lesson from 1999 is not that reform should never happen. The lesson is that reform must be judged by who it benefits from it. If another generation of local government reform is coming, let it be measured not by how efficiency efficiently power is organised by whether the people of Kaitaia, Kaikoe, Hokianga, Kawakawa, Moerewa, Te Kao, and our rural communities see stronger services, stronger representation, and greater opportunity. That is the standard I believe reform should meet, and that is the standard the people of Kaikoe deserve, and I appreciate the time. Tēnā tātou.
Now I'm going to call a 5-minute adjournment because I want to allow members the time to have questions for what's really introduced to the debate. And also it potentially will go over the 2 hours to the time we allocated to this meeting. So we'll have a quick 5 minutes break so you can get recharged and we'll come back. Hello, welcome back to our extraordinary council meeting. We're going to get into our agenda now, and we're going to item 5.1, on page 7, which is the local government reform Big Start proposal decision of the I'm moving on the motion, as is in the box with the, can you put that up on the personal stuff? The inclusion for D, that should be one of the unity of council governments. It's up here. If I could get a second. I also have an amendment that has been foreshadowed. Is that right? I do have an amendment from Councillor Smulders, but what we're going to do is go into question time with Roger, then come back to when we get into the debate, then I will speak to the motion as this, pass to the seconder to speak, and then continue. So we'll pass over to Roger, speak to the paper and to answer questions. I've also just got a several there from Councillor Boyd with the so we'll see how we get on. Roger.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Roger is talking. I'm the head of strategic reform initiative of the Whanau District Council. I am the author of the paper that's been put forward. It is the paper you're seeing in front of you is very similar to papers that have already gone up to Whanau District Council and the Kaipara District Council, and just this morning to the Northern Regional Council, as the councils that form part of the member steering group, which has been overseeing from a north-wide perspective this proposal, the Head Start proposal, and the wider simplifying of local government program of work that's come out of government. So the paper before you is the result of the elected member steering group meeting that was held on the 6th of July. That meeting was held here at the Whanau District Council, and out of that meeting came a recommendation back to each council on option 4 for a staged transition model. So 4 options were put up. Option 1 was 1 unitary authority. Option 2 was a hybrid model with a unitary authority and then community councils below that. Option 3, which was two unitary authorities, which was FNDC's preferred option going into the elected member steering group meeting, and then option 4, which is a staged model, which was put forward. That staged model was taking us from 4 councils, the current state, to 2 unitary authorities, to 1 unitary authority over a period of time. In the diagram, that period of time is 10 years. However, you see in the resolution in front of you that period of time has been articulated as to be determined through the detailed design phase. So you'll see that mentioned in the document here, the transition period to be determined as part of that detailed design. However, there's been a pretty robust discussion around what that timeframe might look like if we went down that pathway. So follow-up workshops that FNDC has had. At FNDC, we did some straw polls on that one internally, and just where that might land coming out of the MSG meeting. So the paper before you really is just taking the MSG recommendation and then going from there into I would say a debate around what those options are. We'll be provided with a briefing document. I hope you had a chance to read that. That briefing document has explored 2 other options potentially. The option, given that we know that Kaipara District Council has voted to not support option 4, and therefore that leaves us in a situation of having to consider that. There's also another option we put in there is to go down the same pathway as Kaipara District Council, but also ask the government for the possibility of an extension in time through to March next year to do the that would put us in a better position to make a more informed decision. So with that, I'll leave the paper. I'll take any questions. Yeah.
Councillor Stratford.
Thanks. I caught the Whangarei District Council meeting. So And I appreciate this briefing came in this morning, but it doesn't make mention of their amendment.
Yeah, so the amendment was actually, the amendment that we're putting up is around being
Our boundary.
being explicit that one unitary authority would be Kaipara District Council and Whangarei District Council, and the other unitary authority would be the final District Council boundaries as forming the two unitary authorities.
What amendment?
That Whangarei.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that's still to come. Okay.
That has been sent through from Councillor Foy.
Oh,
If the amendment that she is outlined.
Yes.
D is of the place that there was, I think, for us in the final District Council to show that our boundaries be one of those unitaries. I would like. I don't want to be the one that dictates this.
Yep.
I don't want my formal resolution that I'm saying that.
Yeah, sorry, correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't get to watch the meeting yesterday for the Kaipara District Council, but I wondered if, and I haven't watched the Te Kauaka workshop, sorry. I wondered if we have a steer from Papua and Iwi and Kaipara on what their preferred option is.
So the councillors in the room yesterday, I can't speak on behalf of Kaipara, but they were, all the councillors in the room were supportive. It was unanimous in the room to not support option 4.
Okay. Oh, thanks. That's my questions.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, thanks. So you had a few questions. I'll just go through them. When we look at the agenda items, we look at the models shown. There's a little picture given there which shows an unitary council, and then there's little red boxes underneath which says local body. And you'll see coming in the report, it says local representation arrangement would be required to ensure communities continue to have input into decision making. No detail was given for any of those. Is that correct? And what that might look like? I didn't really see that, except for the comment.
Yeah, so given the protracted timeframe that we're working in and the report that was put together, it was looking at things like the local boards in Auckland, but really from a design point of view, indicating that there is the next stage is going into a detailed design stage, and it would be in that stage where you would need to tease out exactly what that would look like. But all the conversations have been around community boards and empowering those community boards with authority. And the conversation, the tension is between empowered community boards and then overall governance leading up into a unitary authority. But the community board model is definitely on the table, and the construct of that local board, and I'm just careful with my words because we've got community boards, but I was talking about local bodies, but look closely at the Auckland local boards, and then how that would be designed and put together to ensure that decision making is at the right level, and who's impacted, and whether it's appropriate for that decision to be had.
So you heard the speakers today, very good speakers, and that was the local voice distance and all that was raised. Mm-hmm. So option 4 transition, I presume, gives us that opportunity to get into the detail.
Option 4 allows some time for that to happen. For the final District Council, on the premise of what's proposed on the screen, things would be in situ for that period of time where it would be 2 unitary authorities. So the premise of it would be that the current community boards would be in place. What it does do is it allows time to work through what that might look like, going from 2 to 1 unitary authority.
Okay, and then on page 12, where you mentioned some of the key challenges, creates uncertainty regarding future governance arrangements, and also the transition. I would have thought that when we had that time available, we could get further down the track in greater clarity. And I presume all of the options we talked about will require a transition period.
Yes, yes. Every option would require some form of transition from current state to our future state.
Yeah, in page 20, just a couple more from there. Page 25, see the single unitary council maximise the potential benefits of scale. What you see, I haven't seen a good solid argument for that. Speakers mentioned that, and past history shows that didn't happen. In this transition period, can we look at that in far more detail?
So, absolutely, there's time can be bought for that transition period. I will say that the proposal that's been put forward under option 4 is for us to move from 4 councils to 2 unitary authorities. So that in itself would allow some time to do some analysis in that phase from a detailed design point of view. There definitely will be time for the phase to move from 2 to 1 unitary authority to do further analysis on whether there is some measurable benefits through scale, measurable and potentially, and I'll be careful with my words, because as was mentioned here, and the current report as it is right now does not actually stand on any detailed cost savings. It talks about benefits of strategic planning at a regional level, and the ability to have a more robust structured organisation that has the right people and the right roles.
Two more questions there, Mayor, on page 26, sorry, page 26. There's a little table there that shows criteria, option, then it goes through those 4 options. I know you've got more on this paper. Yep. And you get pluses and minuses for all of those. Not mentioned in there is the Māori votes. And that was a mandate that we, in a binding poll that the community gave us.
Yep.
So of those options, with option 4, it's more time to through that. Yes. Yes.
Yes, with option 4, and again, this is all based on the report that's been put in front of you. But I would say I would argue strongly that our conditions that we've put forward, which is one of those things that they're retained, and that goes into the detailed design. Into the outline proposal that we put forward to the government, and that's one of the asks we would have of any council that would go into submitting a joint proposal with us.
I'll leave my questions there.
Further questions? Councillor Cole.
Just one, and I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The largest risk in amalgamation is system integration costs. What modelling, if any, has been done on the financial risk and impact of option 4 versus option 1?
At this stage, only what you see in the report.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move into debate now. And I will, as mover, speak to the motion that's up there. Our Ngāti Hau Ngāti Kaharo representative, who just deputised us, Dallas King, asked a really good question, and I wrote it down. She said, what would Maui do? Maui, our demigod of legends and everything that he did, what would Maui do? And I looked up there, the rest of our name, our traditional name for our area is actually Te Hiku o Te Ika Ama, the tail of the fish of Maui. So what would Maui do? And then it made me think of one of the legends of the feats that Maui did was slowing the sun. Because the sun kept racing across the sky and people didn't have enough time to actually go about their mahi. And so him and his brothers wove a big net, and he got his grandmother's jawbone, and they trekked across to where the sun would go to its lair and rest. But a sleepy sun because it rested too much and didn't even time and sunlight for the people. And then when the sun woke up and Tamanui Tera come out of his lair ready to go across the sky again, they caught the sun with their net and then you gave it a hiding with this jawbone. Now, I'm not suggesting that I give my queer's jawbone and go down to the capital to call for more time from central government, but I'm going to use that as the metaphor for what I think Action 4 provides us. That is more time to be able to work out what needs to happen and the way that it can happen to create a system of local government for Northern Taitokiro that will be beneficial to the people of Whānau and the diverse communities that we represent. In 1989, the legislation that created this very whare and this organisation that we will serve the people of the Whānau through. This established the Hokianga County, Whanaka County, Waipohi Borough, and Highlands County, Ringaroa County. But it also established 12 community councils at the same time. Omakere Okononi, Awanui, East Coast, Kohukohu, Rawene, Kirikiri, Russell, Paihia, Haruru Falls, Opua, Kawakawa, and Wairua. So they all became the Whānau District Council. We established community boards at that same time, and we're in a place where we are now, 7 odd years later. But if there's anything that I've learned in my 7 years of being a local government elected member, it's that representation really matters to people and how they're represented just as much as how they are served by organisations as well. But that our diverse communities, the over 215 settlements that make up the Whānau district, for a lot of our more remote communities outside of Waipohi, and Kirikiri, they do feel like they've got a massive link there, linking in with us here in this organisation here in Waipohi. And so it does make me nervous what it looks like to have any change for one, but to have change that would see a single local government area for our region, and I still have concerns around a single unitary, but I think that there are ways that we can shape what that could look like so that it does give voice to the conditions, the things that matter to us. Communities, strong community boards or local boards, Māori representation, Māori boards, and community-based relationships, rural and small community voice, equal access to regional wealth assets and investment funding, local budgets and financial accountability, service levels, local access to essential infrastructure, exportability, value for money and financial sustainability, a clear allocation of regional and local functions, things that matter that have been outlined in this report to us. But I don't think that we will be able to guarantee those unless we do have the affordability. I do think that face will lead to poor outcomes for the people of the Whānau. I don't want and we've seen this, we've got lessons learned from the local water done well model, which did press us. It gave time boundaries that we had to meet, and it did lead to assumptions or an evidential base that for me wasn't sufficient enough around some of the decision making or some of the things that we just kind of had to accept throughout that. Like, I don't want there to be assumptions around a single unitary being based out of 5%. Jurisdictions around the world will often have their capital, for want of a better term, based outside of their most populated centres. That brings to wider areas. There's also around decentralised governance and operational models in other council areas like Moreton Bay region, the third largest, Moreton Bay City is the third largest city in Queensland, and they don't have one single headquarters that they serve their population, their communities are. They are a polycentric city, meaning they have more than one area. There's different models that we can look at. I don't want in the haste to be able to achieve something with the time we've got, that we don't actually put some thought and evidence into around what should happen. I don't want to see a model where we strip the Whānau communities of the 417 staff that serve them through the Whānau District Council currently, communities of those families no longer had good money here in the whānau. Representation is really important. So important that it's governed by legislation itself, and every 6 years the council has to have a representation review, which takes 18 months to work in detail with their communities around how they want to be represented. Māori boards is huge. So proud of the mahi that we have done over my time in council to see the establishment of Māori boards, but also the democratic mandate that was given at our binding poll for it to be effective for the next 2 election terms. And so there's conversations that need to be had around that. I don't completely agree with how a phased approach will ultimately work for us, but I think that this option does give us that time to still be a part of Head Start, to be a part of a detailed design phase, but also it gives us options to also continue to include our communities as a part of the conversation around what they ultimately want. We've had through our surveys that 51.3% of our northerners from the Whānau Unitary Council. This option is in that as we work to a transition towards a single Northern Unitary Council. Across the council areas, no single area is supported by a single Northern Unitary, 24.6% for Western North, 33% 32% for Kaipara. It gives us time to dive deeper into why those communities, why over 2/3 of each area were against a unitary, so that we can work through making sure the unitary all work for everyone. So I am, although to be honest, while I was never in favour of this random option 4 that came through, that was 2 unitaries into 1, I have come around to it as the best option for us in Northland to be able to work through with our communities the things that matter. The option of us actually going to blinding poll of the people of those, the ability for us to have in-depth representation reviews with our whānau around how they're represented. And then also there are options available for us on how we make sure that those transitions do work. And I really like hearing from Local Government New Zealand's session with United Kingdom representatives around, for some of them, they've got councils that have got shared senior leadership and chief executives to cut down those management costs and shared services. And so there's options for Africa available to us. Some of that background mahi only arrived in our inboxes this morning from Local Government New Zealand around designing governance arrangements, Māori representation, and that all needs to be worked through. But I do want us to be at the table with Head Start, because it tells government that we do want to be part of the detailed design phase. We do want to be a part of this. And so there's still a lot of money to do. There's still more decisions for us to make. But today, I'm going to be backing. Good, Councillor Stratford.
Thank you. I just want to start by quoting something that Kahika said in our elected member steering group really well. The Whānau District Council, Whangarei District Council and Kaipara District Council will not exist from 2028. They're going to become unitaries of some shape or form. So we need to, that was okay, this is the reality we have to let go. It does, for some of us, feel like we're losing part of our identity. And I went through, the amalgamation. I was a young teenager watching our services change, and I've fought a number of times to keep a service centre open in Kawakawa. So I feel a little bruised from the last few decades. But I am on the waka for the option 4 because of the analysis, the feedback that's come through from engagement. Starting off as an FNDC unitary, and then over time, like ironing out all the issues, the tensions, as Dallas alluded to, where the pinch points that were highlighted in the Wellington Water example, and I believe we're already seeing a taste of in our Northern Waters CCO, taking time to get to one unitary will resolve those. We heard through engagement that our rural communities don't want to lose their voice and see decision-making become more distant. And that's what we've experienced in Kyle and out in the West already through the 89 reform. So we don't want it to get worse. And I love what Dallas said about, what was the wording? The making it better. Oh, yeah. And I just want to acknowledge Kaipara for their decision yesterday. We could have been in this position today, in the same position, having two councils decide for us what we were doing. But I believe it's best that we are taking some leadership for the region and creating a Northern option by Northland. We don't want to be dragged kicking and screaming, and taking the time to do this will bring our communities along the journey, bring Hapu and Iwi into the whare to make sure that we are doing this with our partners, not doing it to them like we have unfortunately had to through the waters reform. This needs to be done better, because this envelops all the other legislative reform that's happening, across local government. We've got the emergency management bill, or the RMA legislation, 3 or so of them, climate, it's all in there. And we already do a lot of functions together across the region. So we are a few steps away already from functioning successfully as a unitary authority. It is the representative arrangements that we need to iron out, and I feel confident that the conditions that are it's the last page of your agenda for those that are reading online. We've got, and Kahika read them out, but there's a little bit more detail in the agenda of what those conditions are locking in the proposal that we are supporting to be written. So kia ora.
Thank you. I'm going to I'll ask the governance skills to share Councillor Smulders' amendments.
Are you waiting to hear more debate?
Oh, that's right. Sorry. I'll go to, I said at the start, I'll ask you about when you're ready. I'll pass to Councillor Vucic, then Councillor Halkett-Harawira, then Councillor Foy.
And then usage.
Councillor Vucic will stress on.
I'm happy to go after.
Happy to go after?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Councillor Halkett-Harawira.
Ai tēnā tātou I tēnei ata. Ngā mihi ki ngā kai kōrero te ata nei, kia mina, rawa ko Dallas, tino mārama kōrua. I just sort of want to summarise, as part of the debate, the Māori response nationally and locally to Head Start. And the conditions that Māori have said is that the key themes that include the model must always engage early with iwi and hapu as treaty partners, not simply as stakeholders, before decisions or proposals are finalised. And I don't see much of that. Protecting existing treaty settlement arrangements, now this is key, treaty obligations, MOUs, co-governance agreements and local relationships, ensuring that they are not weakened by structural reforms. That the preferred model must protect iwi and hapu participation, with loss of iwi and hapu voice identified as the greatest concern and enduring treaty-based relationships seen as the greatest benefit. And all of the Far North Māori organisations unanimously supported retaining strong local decision-making with a preference for Far North District Council remaining independent. So that's one thing. I just want to mention the concept of kotahitanga. What we are being appealed to is the sense of kotahitanga to achieve greater outcomes for everybody. But in a Māori sense, sometimes we are called on to put aside all our differences to achieve kotahitanga for a given purpose. Now, that's a really important concept that we can rally around, but I don't think it can be applied to this framework. I think we need to see that kotahitanga and what the government framework wants of us are two separate things. And in this current form, there are no guarantees. I never see the word guarantee. In the Treaty of Waitangi, we had the word, the English version, we had the word guarantee. There are no guarantees of anything. We've had Head Start, we've had the Tai Tuketo 2 waters, there's no Māori presence. We have been sanitised out, as Mina suggested. Now, I kind of want to talk about on the Matariki Day, I was privileged to watch the Māori TV coverage, live coverage of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei National Matariki celebrations, and I saw some innovative things happening there. And in the wharekai, which I've never seen before, they used it as an opportunity for the Prime Minister and Minister Goldsmith to address the nation. But the first speaker was actually the chairperson, the mana whenua of Ōrākei Marae, the Marama Royal. She had the best speech that you would expect from King Charles or someone of that calendar that we might even expect of our Prime Minister, but it came from the chair of the Runanga or Ngāti Whātua. So my point was, we could see in there the collaboration between Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei and Auckland City Council. And then I sort of want to just sort of park that one there. And I just want to remind us that in 2022, we were given the opportunity under the former government to have Māori ward seats, and I'm turning to the other half of Ngāti Whātua and Kaipara. So the Kaipara District Council and like Whangarei and Far North heralded, the Māori ward seats. With the new government in 2024, the new government said, oh no, you councils need to talk about it again, whether you really want it or not, you need to vote for it again or in council. And so in 2022, the other half of Ngāti Whātua territory, the Māori Ward Council, Moana Nui a Kiwa Ward came in. And in 2024, NRC, Whangarei District Council, Far North District Council, voted to retain the Māori ward seats. Unfortunately, at the gathering of the Kaipara District Council, while they were discussing the outcome of abolishing the seat, these are two lasting memories I saw. I saw Tai Tuketo Rangatira, Aprehama Edwards, the chairperson of Ngāti Wai and well known throughout Ngāpuhi. I saw Kura Taiaho, well-respected rangatira of Ngāti Whātua, the whole of Ngāti Whātua, Ōrākei, Kaipara, been left to stand outside. They were left to stand outside in a meeting that excluded them. I was so horrified with that. I still have that imprint in my mind that council decided to shut the door and they voted to remove the Moana Nui a Kiwa Māori ward seat. Now, that's their business. But I have to say, kore au e pai ki te rā āhuatanga. And then in the recent votes in last year's council elections, Whangarei also lost a vote made by voters to continue with the Māori ward seat in the 2028-2031 election cycle. And Far North District Council is the only council in the whole of Te Tai Tokerau, when you call us Tai Tokerau, to retain their Māori ward seats. Now, I gained my seat in 2022, 2025. Would I have won it in a general seat? Hell no. And I have seen great Māori women stand in former council elections, and what I saw was that Māori vote for good Pākehā and good Māori, but Pākehā don't vote for Māori. So I know for a fact that I'm only in here because of the Māori ward seats. And so what I'm talking about is that in the next election, I know I won't be standing, but I know that there will be 4 seats, perhaps, unless I don't know what's going to come out of this reform. So I want to put that in perspective. So that's ko tahitanga. Those are my main points. And I want to respect the views of Ngāpuhi. Now, Ngāpuhi Runanga, they put in a submission where they favoured option 1. But it was conditional. And these are the things that Māori are saying all the time. We are not in the conversation. We are not in the framework. And what we are saying is that these are the conditions that we will support. And the Ngāpuhi submission, which I would imagine is the same as Te Kahu o Tānui, the preferred their conditions are that the preferred council is grounded in Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the Waitangi Tribunal 1040 findings. Now, you know, this is nearly 16 years since the 1040 case, and there's no way Ngāpuhi or anybody in our far north want to go backwards on that one. And that they support any council relationship, whatever format it is, as long as it strengthens and protects Māori representation and treaty partnerships. And the final thing, in summary, even though they laid out 5, I've sort of summarised them, that any reform should create enduring governance that recognise the role of hapu and iwi. So that was option 1. Option 2, Whangarei District Council and KDC don't support it, so Momo Taima are supporting that one. And I like the option 3 as stated in the motion. I don't have a hard copy, so I'm looking on 3 parts of the screen. So I support option 3, and I beg forgiveness and aroha from our iwi leaders that I want to pull the right of he whakaputanga, the right of members of this pan iwi hapu thinking that we have the right to agree or disagree and it won't be held against us. So I'm voting for option 3. It's not the best, but I do take heed from the Far North District Council survey that people want us to stay within our own rohe because we are diverse. We are so diverse for all the things that people have said. We keep our community boards and community boards don't represent Hapuaniwi. We may have people coming in to say some things, but community boards don't really, and only Hapuaniwi can represent themselves. So I want to maintain the kind of integrity of that. We're not perfect. Heck, we could do everything 70% better. But koera aku whakaaro mō tēnei. Option 5 and 6, I don't like the ones that are put on the screen, but I there could have been other options that are yet to be explored. And I'm not akin to anything better coming out of any of this. A bit like the Patukuria thing, people may have had public engagement on A, B, C, D, and there may be, ka Pautiwa, kia ora, kia horo, okay. If there's a better option, I'm for it. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Hakia Haruina. I was ready to, what's that thing called? Point of order, but you wrapped it up. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koe.
Pass over to Councillor Foy, followed by Councillor Message.
Yeah. Thank you, Fire. I wanted to hear with respect, give you the respect for that, and I value what you say. For me, it's about, look, we are between a rock and a hard place. If we can't get agreements and go forward, and there's a risk of that happening, and I don't think we have much time, and central government would actually make the decision for us. We really need to be around that table and put all of this forward in the discussion that's happening. For me, the only one that seems to provide enough time is option 4. That's the questions asked for. It gives us the time to do that. My highest priorities is to see it's about democracy, and there's nothing more classical about democracy than a referendum, a public referendum, and we had that, and that voted for Māori wards. This gives us opportunity to retain that, working through that. The other thing is local governance. And for me, again, local governance is not an option. It's a bit like a business is basically how they define how the public view them. They can do what they want in that area, but the public define what local governance is. It's where they see their community having a say. I've done quite a bit of looking at things and different options around the world, and I don't think this report has done justice to that. We need the time for that. I'm not criticising anybody who's put this report together. And you see those with that red boxes that say local body in there in various places. Now, I'll give you an example of that, and this comes out of the UK. We've heard of the UK reforms, and we heard of unitary authorities in the UK, and they sound great, and they probably reformed quite well. Remember, the UK unitaries have far more to do than we do. We are the most centralised country in the world. But that aside, what they have also got, which you often don't hear, is they've got 11,200 town councils and parishes. So if you work that on an average, that's a population of 5,800, and they call that the hyper-local. And that's where you get a lot of the say. And is it just there for fun? Is it like a community board? It's not. It's actually got far more powers to that. By the way, the biggest one is about 95,000. The smallest is less than 200. So they don't all have to be the same. And so I did a little bit of homework, and I'll show you, mention it here. So the town councils and parishes, by statute, so there's statutory discretionary powers given to them by Parliament, and also internally delegated powers as well. But what these actually offer, core statutory powers, they have powers over community amenity, so they can look at public toilets, look after their toilets, they're basically the halls and various community centres. They've got public spaces and recreation, most know what that is, so you've got your playing fields, your parks and so on. Highway and transport, this is all delegated to them by Parliament, and that includes putting in bus shelters, footpath lighting, Netherlands, these are examples of in traffic signs in local parking areas, making those decisions. They have crime prevention as well, as an example, the CCTV put in place and security equipment. They got local commerce and culture, so power to support tourism, provide entertainment, maintain war memorials, fund local festivals. And they got planning and consultation given to them by right. So when we have the centralised regional planning by right, they need to be there around the table and decision-making table. There's also something else that came in 2011. It's called the General Power of Competence, GPC. Sounds great. And this is quite radical. And this is basically subsidiarity in action. So any eligible parish or town council, so they have to go through a process here to show they're capable of handling this. They are given the general power of competency, which the radical power allows the council to do anything that individuals generally may do, provided it is not explicitly forbidden by other laws. So there's nothing more open than that. You need to actually talk to the fellow head council, unitary, whoever it is in that case, but you can do various things, like you can have a community shops, you can have post offices open, establish commercial companies to trade, and so on. So there's a whole bunch of powers there. You've got internal schemes and delegations, which I won't go into, similar to what you understand, and what cannot be delegated. And there is a local budget they've got, so you can say what it is, but you don't have that. That's done at the higher level. And likewise, the local tax they have. Now, that's probably a bit different in the UK than we do. Or borrowing money, or appointing clerks and other responsible financial officers, which they can do and have. That's done, and making local bylaws. But obviously, they will have an input in all of those into the Central Council. So I'm looking for a empowered, and this is what it is when I say empowered community boards. Probably not a good name. Maybe using the town parish or town councils might be better because it's not looking at anything we've got. That to me is a high priority, and I think as Hilda has mentioned, I think that can go a long way to sorting out many of the things we actually heard with the submissions. And I only one is option 4 that I can see that by the time to do that. Otherwise, we risk putting something together as done in 89, trying to get economy of scale, and then proving yet again that doing the same thing twice, it was nothing of the sort. Einstein said that was the first sign of madness. So let's do something different, please. That's my response in favour of option 4.
Councillor Visage, you're at risk of a point of order for time as well, but
Did I go over? Sorry.
it's all right. We're going to councillor point.
I've got my amendment here, but first and foremost, I'll just ask if the mover and seconder could consider including that as part of the original motion, and then I won't have to move my amendment. So just starting off that to table that consideration. While I speak, you can consider your options. With what's been proposed originally, and I think today as well, we're going to consider option 1. I did consider option 1 and listening to the debate today as well. Moving though to option 1 now, I think about all the things we have on our to-do list. 2027, we're moving to the waters entity. We have 15 months to do a spatial plan for the whole region. By March 2029, we have to have our combined regional plan notified. We are moving to unitary councils regardless in 2028, so that's a big change in our workforce. And in all of this, then we're also considering moving to one gigantic council for the whole region. So for me, looking at that to-do list and considering as well all those changes that will be considerable, especially with waters to the change in our balance sheet, that will mean a huge workload, not just for us as elected members, but for our staff as well. It was really great to consider the options with Morris and Lowe in their report as they laid that out. In terms of looking at the options going forward, I appreciate that Mayor Brown said that either we're at the table or we're the meal on the table. And when you look at the options presented, it was disappointing to see that Kaipara may have laid themselves out to be the meal on the table. And that's disappointing that they're not at the table with us to consider the options, because I think all of council, all of Northland option for Northland is the best approach. So the amendment that I had tabled there, and Mayor Moko may consider that as part of the original motion, was set out because we have identified ourselves as one of the unitary councils. The second unitary that Whangarei debated was for them and Kaipara as a second area. So there will be a joint council happening in that locality as well, which would be a big change for them in the whole picture. So in closing, I think that option 4 allows for all those other work streams and is realistic to allow us to do shared services across the councils immediately. So that option doesn't preclude it. And as well as aligning all of our different GIS and asset management and different internal databases, we can do that in a staged approach that's realistic for our staff, and as well to allow those governance changes, particularly around bespoke legislation that we can request as part of this process. If we choose to go in with this at this stage, we can ask central government to have bespoke legislation to address Electoral Act considerations, and also to address those powers that we can give to local boards or local councils, depending on the representation that we think will best suit our region. So I'll leave that with you, Mayor Moko and Councillor Stratford, to decide if you'd like to include that as part of the original motion. Ngā mihi.
The intent, yes, but the specific wording, so I'll bring that up when we get to it. The intent, yes, but the specific wording from Whangarei. I've got OCD. So we're going to go now to Koipu.
Can we bring it up, the amendment up on the screen so we can actually read what we're talking about, and so people at home can please see it? Because we cannot see it on the small screens and all the big screens. Thank you. Okay, before she shares. Thank you. I think that. So that's your one, not Councillor Foy's one.
Councillor Foy, Marissa, can you click on that chat box with the Whangarei District Council resolution on?
Oh, she didn't want that sheet. Well, we can't read what we have to vote on.
So the Whangarei District Council one has, they numbered theirs, not lettered theirs, but it reads, agrees to progress the development of the Head Start outline proposals for Northland, and that the two unitary authorities being made up of an amalgamated Whangarei District Council and Whangarei District Council, and that the secondary unitary authority be Whangarei. And the reason why that wording throws me off is because we can't actually talk about our councils themselves as being unitaries with territorial authority. So I'm talking in my amendment about boundaries, because it's the boundaries we're referring to, not the organisations, because the other actually, the first unitary is going to be the Far North District Council and Northern Regional Council. The second unitary is going to be the Whangarei District Council, the Kaipara District Council, and Northern Regional Council. So my OCD is not letting the Whangarei resolution say what we need to say, but I think talking about boundaries where ours does say that intent.
Councillor Boyle was seeking amendment but posed to you or something else. Stratford as the original mover and seconder. So we've put on the board what you have suggested for the intent of what she was looking to potentially amend. She has said that she's in agreement, so his petition should.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go to Kohepu and then Councillor Allen.
All right. Kia ora, everybody. I've really enjoyed listening to everybody today, and like Maria Mino, I've decided to write what I'm going to speak about so I keep on track. But just firstly, I just want to acknowledge Roger and the staff for the significant mahi that has been undertaken during this time. You've approached it with such professionalism and integrity, Roger and the team, and I just want to thank you all for your diligence and sharing your information to allow us to make informed decisions has been awesome. So just big mahi to you all. And whether or not we agree on every aspect of the proposal, I believe that their work deserves that recognition. I also want to thank you, Kahika, for allowing us the time today to listen, to shape our views and to hear deputations from our whanaunga. And for me, that matters most. I also just want to mahi to our communities who took part in the surveys, the submissions, the community kōrero that many of us travelled to. I tautoko the kōrero of Whaimina, Maria Mino and Whai Dallas today. Their words are a reminder to me that whatever model is proposed, Māori wards, our whānau, our hapu, our iwi, must be seen and must be heard and protected within that proposal. We asked our communities what they thought, and we have a responsibility to listen to that. Their feedback was clear, and we've heard about that today. They value local representation, local identity, local decision-making and local autonomy. Kahika used the analogy of Maui. I'm a bit of a foodie. Well, I can't cook, but I like to eat what's been cooked. So for me, it's a bit like knowing that manuhiri are coming. This is what the proposal and the reform is like for me, being a very inexperienced councillor. So I liken it to knowing that manuhiri are coming to my house if I'm deciding what cake to bake. And I know that I've got some ingredients in my pantry, but not all of them. And I know that if I rush, I'm simply hoping that the cake will turn out right. So option 4 gives me, in my mind, time for me to consider and check what's missing and to follow the right recipe and to make sure that the outcome serves my manuhiri or my communities in this instance well. So listening to our deputations today and based on the feedback and the kōrero that I've had with community members, I too support option 4 because it provides the staged approach that people have talked about that allows us to move carefully, test the evidence, protect local voice and ensure the unique needs of the Far North are properly embedded in any future arrangements. And let's be clear, option 1, a Northland Unitary Authority, a single Northland Unitary Authority is also the government's stated preference. So in my head, I think that we need to be ready and deliberate in how we respond. Stage 4 gives us that time, as it's been expressed today, to do that. Bigger is not automatically better, and I listened to some of the Kaipara District Council's kōrero last night. And we often hear about economies of scale, but where's the evidence that larger structures mean better outcomes? Most important for me are our rural whānau that have been mentioned today. They must have better outcomes. There are still some important questions answer around governance, around representation, service delivery, and so on and so forth. And we need that time to consider all of those things. Genuinely reflecting the diverse needs of our communities that have been mentioned today, like Motiti, Te Hapua, and so on and so forth, but also across Te Tai Tokiro. Because being Māori doesn't just mean that I whakapapa to the Hokianga and to Whangaroa. I also have whānau across Te Tai Tokiro. So retaining Māori wards is critical for me. The Far North has unique communities, strong iwi and hapu relationships and challenges shaped by distance and geography. Those voices must not be diluted. Any future model must uphold te tiriti and strengthen Māori representation, protect all rural communities and preserve meaningful local decision making. I refer to the whakatauki, ahakoa he iti he pounamu. Although it's small, it's precious. That reflects how I see Te Hiku o Te Ika. Our communities may be small in number, but they are immensely valuable. Our submitters today have demonstrated that, not just through their kōrero, but also through their āhua. For that reason, I support option 4 as a careful and responsible pathway forward. It gives us a staged process to retain the strength of that feedback we've received while preparing for what might come next. Ultimately, my responsibility as an elected member is to represent the people who place their trust in me, whatever pathway is agreed. Māori have long demonstrated resilience, responsiveness and leadership through change, and any future model must honour that strength while ensuring our voice, our expertise, our whenua and our mokopuna are protected. That's why I support option 4, not as a final destination, but as a staged approach that gives us time to get this right. Tēnā koutou.
I've heard 3 members speak in favour and understanding what is likely to speak against. But I do have Councillor Allen. This is quite an important kaupapa, so I'm to allow, use my discretion to allow us to speak.
Can I just seek clarity on standing orders with regard to time? Are you strictly applying the 5-minute rule?
Our last 3 members have breached. Deputy Mayor was only just over 5, and I've got Aish with the time ready to go. Councillor Research went over, and so did Councillor
Kia ora, could I move in that we suspend standing orders so that people can? Fine. I forget what that is. Rather than having this conversation again.
I would like as chair to keep the tools to be able to work. Like we're running out of things who do need to speak anyway, so unless you do when you've got to speak. I will apply the same discretion, but it just gives me a few prompts. I don't say we finish at 4:55. When I looked over and Councillor Research just ticked over to 6. Deputy Mayor just ticked over to 5:57, I think it was. Well, I held that in lucky I did it, Councillor was already on 8. So
I think it's an important kaupapa, so I am going to try and get a seconder for that mention of this.
I'll be on.
Kia ora.
I'll put the you'll have the appropriate duty.
So just for clarification, thank you, Kahika. If we choose to suspend standing orders, we have to specify which.
Suspend the speaking time, standing order.
Time limits.
Time limits.
Suspend standing orders as they pertain to time limits for speaking. Moved by Councillor Stratford, seconded by Deputy Mayor Radcliffe. Any Councillor Court.
There has to be some limits, Your Worship. We haven't got full limits. If each member wanted to talk for an hour, it's a very open-ended.
We allow 10.
Oh, yes. 10.
10.
Then it's fair with,
Yeah.
that's our capability they've got.
Aye, 10 minutes. How far?
It's just for people speaking to the motion.
That's clear? Harry?
No.
Of the motion, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, it's carried.
Opposed and recorded, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Court. We'll pass over to you, Councillor Allen. Use your 10 minutes wisely.
Yeah. Okay. In the last couple of days, we've heard from Te Raroa, Ngāti Hine, Kapua Taonui, Te Piu, North Hokianga, South Hokianga, Te Hāpua, and we've landed on very different preferred options for the local government reform structure. But one thing that has remained consistent across all is Māori representation, Māori being engaged in the decision-making processes, Māori being treated as treaty partners, Māori being given the information, the timely manner to enable their ability to have the capacity to engage. And I believe that option 4, though I've always sung the song that I would rather us be young, free and single and the other 2 can get married. Option 4, and with Councillor Foy's amendment, sort of gives me that as well. One thing I do want to pick up on via Mina's kōrero is homogenisation, and the first homogenisation of hapu was the term Māori, which was used firstly in Te Tiriti or Waitangi and was used to homogenise the people because we are a hapu people. Ngāpuhi Pōhauro doesn't come out of nowhere, and it has been seen in the different preferred options that our rangatira have landed on. But what I don't want to do is repeat history and homogenise once again. And I think back to my grandparents who put their children in native schools because they thought that that was the way to strengthen their child to endure, to hopefully succeed in this ever-changing world. And when Whaamena said, what do I need to do to make you stronger, mokopuna, that really hit home for me, because what I don't want to create in this structure is another moment in history where I have to look at my 2-year-old and say, what do I have to do to make you stronger to survive this new world that I'm sitting here and having a vote on? And that weighs very heavy, and it's not a weight that I thought I would have to carry when I did a campaign back in September, but here I am. And so though I'm in favour of option 4, I know that the hard mahi isn't done in ensuring that in the devil of the detail, which we keep getting told is in the proposal, that Māori voice is not diminished, that where we have come to is not twinked out, is not written out, is not disappeared. Because as much as these might be seats, and in the establishment of the colonial government, and Māori had no voice because Māori didn't consider land to be an owned possession, but considered themselves as kaitiaki of land, which inhibited them from being able to vote and who sat on these seats. As much as they might be seats to many, for Māori, this seat right here that myself, Whaiachiki, Whaihira and Tamati sit on are representations of hard-fought effort. Our tūpuna literally went to war for rangatiratanga, and I believe that this is another form of war in the sense that we are again fighting for rangatiratanga to be at the table. And so in the Mana Wahine inquiry, when someone said, Aroha, you are a wahine rangatira, you're a councillor. The seat that I sit on is on moving sand. It's not a permanent fixture like the other seats in these houses. These houses won't come up for representation. These seats won't come up for representation review, but my seat that I sit on will My seat that I sit on is forever moving. The goalposts are forever moving. And this is another goalpost that is moving for Māori, and though Māori endure, and Māori will do what Māori do and ensure that our treaty obligations are upheld. What I don't want in this merger is to make it harder for our people, because it's hard enough as it is just holding the fort. Hard fought for throughout the generations. So as much as I support option 4, I want to air once again in this whare that when Te Runanga Aiwi o Ngāpuhi says that if our rights diminish in any way from where we are today, we will actively oppose it. We will actively oppose it. And though I might sit here as a councillor, I've always said that I never take off my hapu hat. I will actively oppose it along with my hapu members as a uri o tūpuna who went to war for rangatiratanga, who, Wahira, just sitting next to her, the goat of resistance. I will, that is something that I carry with me, and will ensure with whatever weight that I carry, ensure that the efforts of my tūpuna aren't diminished and are not thinking out, as Whainga said, in this reform. So I support option 4, but just like Whainga, I have no confidence, but just like Te Runanga Aiwi o Ngāpuhi, if there are any diminishments in any way for what we have gained over the generations, it will be actively opposed.
Any other members like to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've heard a lot as I've sat here about concerns around representation. I want to state that I'm not immune to those concerns, but they are not me that drive the decision that's before us today. I am confident that those concerns can be accommodated in whatever proposal we put forward. We've had 37 years of the Far North District Council, and it disturbs me to have deputations from people saying, we're still not being heard. Staying with the status quo doesn't necessarily address that. When the government released the Head Start program, they talked about deliverability. They wanted proposals that were realistic, that could demonstrate how new arrangements could be implemented in a timely manner. They asked that it supported the new planning system to minimise or avoid disruption. They wanted simplification of local government that provided for more efficient regional governance arrangements, consolidating decision-making and improving alignment. They talked a lot about economies of scale, and they talked about maintaining the local voice. The last one can be captured in amendments to the Electoral Act and the Representation Review. And I think it is wrong to make a decision today based on what we think that might look like, rather than advocating for what that might look like. I think my biggest worry financially when I sit here and listen to the debate is around what it is going to cost. And I just want to preface that by saying, don't lose sight of the fact that the majority of the regional wealth in this district sits in the Whangarei area. And while there might be a divvy up of regional council assets on day one, there is a very short-term fix. Like my colleagues, I prepared some notes I want to read and cannot support the recommendation before us today. The report itself acknowledges that a staged transition model is the most complex option. It requires multiple transition phases. It requires additional legislative arrangement and additional costs. Yet we have not been provided with an establishment budget. a funding plan, or any estimate of what this may ultimately cost ratepayers. In effect, we are being asked to commit to a pathway without knowing what that price tag is. And I would ask elected members to reflect on their debates during the recent annual plan deliberations around affordability for the ratepayers of the district. If we don't reflect on the price, we are not administering prudent governance. If reform is inevitable, then we should choose the option that is simplest, clearest, and least risky to implement. Option 1 is undoubtedly challenging, but it gives us one transition instead of two, one set of established costs instead of multiple phases of change, and a single point of accountability from day one. The staged model risks giving us the costs and disruption of both models while delaying the very benefit it claims to achieve. I cannot, in good conscience, ask our communities to sign a blank cheque for a process whose costs are unknown and whose end state is uncertain. For those reasons, I believe option 1 represents the more responsible and financially prudent course, and that is the option I will continue to support. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
I'd like to move an amendment. Can we please have that up on the? Thank you. I'll start while we get that going, shall we? Is that okay?
I believe the amendment is, the intent of the amendment without that specific wording is to have option 1, a single unit.
I'll send it to the teams.
Thank you. I'll pass over to you to speak to you.
Thank you.
Also, get a second.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting option 1 today, and I have moved the amendment accordingly. This is not because it's the easiest option, it's because it's the option that addresses the challenges facing local government. Now, the independent analysis before us includes that option 1 aligns most strongly with accountability, it reduces duplication, it creates the greatest efficiencies, and it allows integrated planning across Northland. And that is really key, because we know that Ngāti Hini does not want to be split up. So with integrated planning across Northland, we can do that. I think what's really important, that's what happened and what I've seen here today, is that we're dismissing that every option allows a transition. Every option allows localised voice. We are not here today to talk about whether the localised voice will be a local body or a local body board or council boundaries or Māori wars. That comes at the next phase. So we don't need to fear that voices will be lost at the localised level. What we're here today is to talk about the top level. Secondly, I want to make a point that our current system is becoming increasingly difficult to afford. And if we continue on our present financial trajectory, we risk becoming financially unstable. Now, the ratepayers of the Far North cannot continue to fund layer upon layer of administrative while expecting different results. We have to be prepared to make decisions. Now, fortunately, our dance partners are quite abundant. The Far North residents can cheer that we have a good dance card. There's many councils across New Zealand at the moment that have got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different boundaries on their council. We have 2, with Whangarei and with Kaipara. They've got good balance sheets, they've got good infrastructure. It's a wonderful partnership. Now, the objective could be simpler, couldn't be more simpler, that we just need an effective local government that delivers better value for ratepayers But not only can it deliver better infrastructure, it can actually also in this model deliver a better local voice. But that detail comes at the next phase. So that's what we'll be talking about then, and there will be time to discuss it. Now, in contrast, option 4, or the staged approach, actually delays the benefits that we are seeking, going 4, 2, 1. We're still going to get to 1. It adds, as Councillor Court has said, another transition. It adds more complexity. In the report by the independent consultants, it says it adds extra costs, it adds extra uncertainty, but we still arrive at the same destination. So if we know where we want to end up, why don't we just have the courage to go there directly? Let's be brave. Let's be fearless. Let's be the leaders that people in our community want us to be. Do we really think that the government is going to agree to a 10-year plan? If this staged phase, which in here says 10 years, in ours says we don't know, are we really coming to the table? Or as Mayor Brown says, are we really going to be on the menu? I think we really need to be practical and take that into consideration on the option that we put forward. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge that I sat in the meeting at the Tuesday's Te Kawaka Māori strategy meeting, and there was actually overwhelming support by iwi and hapu representatives for progressing option 1. I also hear today from Whaia Hilda and Councillor Allen about Ngāpuhi wanting option 1, about TCOT option 1. Now, often I hear in this chambers that we need to hear the voice of hapu and iwi. There is the voice of hapu and iwi wanting option 1. So I'm surprised. Now, we want to hear from all people in our community because everybody matters. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime generation opportunity to reform local government. And I believe that option 1 gives Northland the strongest platform for the future. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, to be leaders, to be fearless. 10 years is for the weak, and let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snodders. I'll pass to Councillor Court as seconder, and then I'll read out Councillor Balke's comments that she's popped up because she's unable to speak to them.
Thank you, Your Worship. Given that we don't know what this is going to cost, I've done some searching using AI. So I'm going to preface that I've done it with AI because there's always a margin of error if you're using that platform. So please don't take this as the gospel. The Auckland amalgamation is frequently cited because the transition costs ended up being far higher than originally anticipated. Submitters to the amalgamation noted that the estimate was 11 million. Actual costs grew, and estimates now sit somewhere between 800 million and 1 billion. We won't be anything like that, but that is a significant cost if we are to go to stage transition between option 4 and option 1. The largest risk in amalgamation is not governance, but systems integration costs. Are we planning to do that once, or are we planning to do that twice? I think all the concerns that have been articulated around the table today are valid, and I think that they can be worked through under option 1. What can't be worked through under option 1 is deferring costs and increasing costs, increasing complexity, and an increasing failure to deliver timely services to the ratepayers of this district. I would urge my colleagues to seriously consider whether option 4 will deliver a better level of service to the ratepayers who are elected to represent. I'll close at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Court. I'll read out Councillor Balke has commented in our chat, but I'm able to speak to it, so I'll just read it out for the record. She said, I support option 1, provided it includes strong safeguards to protect local voice and representation. Cannot support option 4 because while it may buy more time, there is no certainty that the cost of stage transition and those costs could people outweigh benefits to ratepayers. If reform is to proceed, it should be done once and done properly. At the same time, we must ensure local communities continue to have a genuine voice with local work and prioritised and delivered locally by people who communities. Reform should improve efficiency and value for ratepayers without adding a larger central bureaucracy leaving.
Sorry again to interrupt, but I'm mindful it's the end of 2 and we haven't had a break, lunch break.
Do you guys want to have a break? I've got Councillor Stratford, Councillor Research in this week. We go till 2 o'clock and then we'll have a break again.
Sure, we'll get it done, buddy.
Councillor Stratford, Councillor Research.
E whātai, me mea e kore tēnei motini e ora, pai wahi tonu ki te koro amuri tēnā o kawe. Okay.
You'll be able to speak to the original with this one.
Okay, well, okay.
Because you are spoken in the original. Councillor Stratford.
Firstly, I just want to remind my colleagues that the Head Start criteria, a proposal has to be supported by 2 local authorities. We have the resolution from Whangarei District Council. They support option 4. They do not support any other option. Taipura does not support Head Start, full stop. So if we want to be in Head Start, we need to support option 4. And I just want to acknowledge the generalisation made that Papu support option 1. We heard from a number of Papu in the room today that don't. So, and I also want to remind everybody that the governance arrangements, i.e. how decisions will be made, how communities will have their voice heard in both local and regional decisions, and what structure we're proposing, and how urban and rural interests are balanced, needs to be in this initial outline proposal. So the comment made that that comes later, that's not correct. How existing treaty settlement arrangements will continue with evidence of engagement that we've had, and we have had some engagement. It's not been the best, but our chair of our elected member steering group met on our behalf with leaders. They were very, there was a number of statements made there. And this, Councillor Foy outlined the timeline of how we need, when we need to give effect to the Planning Act, or the RMA. I feel that the timeline that we still have to work on for our proposal that will come to us before the 6th of, is it the 6th? The 9th of August, needs to detail in there, Roger. So we're not going for 10 years. Whangarei have said that, Whangarei and Regional Council have said that they want it to be less, and so we need to be clear on how we can make it less, meeting the demands of the RMA reforms, and so that we can implement those the new legislation. So in summary, I can't support option 1, and I urge my colleagues not to vote for option 1, because option 1 is the backstop, and I do not feel that that is the right option for our council. Kia ora.
Less than 10 minutes. So, look, we've had some really great statements like it's going to be, it's better economy for scale. We get that early. We also hear it's the simplest, it gives better value, faster progress, more efficient, it's simplified, it's simplicity. But we heard from what simplified means. And I beg against that because that are great emotive sound bites lacking evidence. And that was my concern about this report. And the pluses and minuses, which were quoted also, there's no evidence of that. But I'll give you some evidence. Auckland City Council, where it was said a one transition will give you all the savings. In fact, it turns out to be something like $800 million. So we do not know what it's going to cost, but there's some hard evidence. Now, granted, it's bigger, it may not cost us that, but it might cost us a tenth, $80 million. So all unknown, by actually going through option 4, we're going to be sitting down and looking at the detail. No one goes into a major change like this without going through all of the detail and costing it out. So we're not spending money at that stage, except for a few that've got the skills to do that. Then we can make decisions about how we implement our whatever we're going to integrate, by the way, the planning and the IT systems and so on, and make some sensible decisions regarding that. So to me, that is the more responsible, prudent approach to do that. What else did we hear? Councillor Stratton has always mentioned that we are to be progressing and we have to go for option 4. I'll leave it at that. Keep it short. And I think, that's right. There's no guarantee. Sorry, there's no guarantee, and the other evidence is that there's no guarantee that if we say let's do the transition, we'll get the local voice, and it can actually happen. The proof is 89. It hasn't happened. There's no guarantee overall it'll be efficient. The proof is 89. It was not any economy of scale that showed up. Really, the economy of scale we see, and you talked about Fire Dallas, she saved millions with local people in their sewage systems and doing it, contrary to the quotes that were given to us by experts, centrally driven. So that is why the local voice needs to be there. That is actually done in other communities. You said the UK do it extensively with the hyperlocal option they've got. So I would rather guarantee that the non-negotiables, which we did mention, can actually happen by going through option 4 and spending that time around the table with that detailed work. So I don't support this amendment.
Councillor Research, Councillor Allen.
The notes from me is that in my experience in the establishment of the CCO, which was a rush job, we voted to have 2 elected members in the representation board because Kaipara did that and we should align so that we can be part of the conversation and not get left behind. And then we were rushed again because Whangarei was going to formalise the trustee on the 27th. So that's the cost of that rush job was the loss of hapu voice within, or any external voice within that elected member steering group. And that's just a small CCO of 2 waters. We're talking about councils here, and we go with option 1 and rush into it. We talk about costs. The greatest cost that will be paid for by Māori and the loss of their voice and the loss of their rangatira and their loss of their titi given rights. And so I also thank Councillor Stratford for raising the fact that, like I said in my last 7 minutes or however long, no, of all the hapu, we all landed on option 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5. But that one thing remained consistent, no matter what options that everyone landed on. So it was a mixed bag still across the hapu, and also those who did the surveys and turned up to the hapu hapori, they also, many of them were hapu members. And the feedback from that consultation was again a resounding option 3, 4. So those are my only 2 notes on why I do not support option.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Smalders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Every option allows a transition. Every option allows localised voice. Option 1 is the preferred option because it gives accountability, reduces duplication, creates the greatest efficiencies, and allows integrated planning. Thank you.
I'll now put the amendment. We could have it. Let's not go for a vote. Councillor Smulders.
For.
Councillor Court. And against. Against. Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Balki. Is she still on, or she is in favour of it in her right?
Yes, in fact.
Thank you.
Option 1.
Councillor Boyd.
Against.
Councillor Hakia Paluida.
Ka hore.
Councillor Rakina.
Kaore.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Vucic.
Against.
The amendment has failed, so I will go back to the original and I'll pass to Councillor Rakina.
O hei tātou i te kai.
Sorry, I've just got to take a moment.
Okay. We're going to have a. Do you want me to call a full break? Do you want a full break?
Yeah.
Because I've got to write a reply to them.
Oh, okay.
We are going to have a lunch break until 2:20.
Okay. Fabulous. Thank you.
If anyone
Can somebody send me the motion, please, by email so I can really look at it properly? Thank you.
We'll be back for those online at 2:20. Thank you and welcome back. We're continuing our extraordinary council meeting. We are still considering the only paper that's on this meeting itself, item 5, local government performance start proposal. I am passing to Councillor Akina, who now going to council as part of the debate of this item. Then I'll hand my
Ora mai tātou katoa. Tuatahi ake e mea nau ki ngā kai kōrero I tai mai I te ata nei koe I tātou ki te aiahi nai nei. I tai mai ki te kōrero, hei ringaringa, hei waiwai, hei mutu, hei arero mō ngā kai ngā maha o te tai tokero nei, mō i o whānui ana tātou, koni atu I te ruarau ngā hapu, mea mahapu, o te tai tokero nei, koni atu I te kotahiro rima te kau ngā marae puano ki roto I te hiku o te eka, koni atu I te kau ngā iwi putanua I te tai tokero, mai I te reinga aru atu ki tāmaki. Oi, kauri au ki te reo Pākehā, me ana kia ratu. The options that we've seen and that have been developed in any ordinary circumstances might hold some ground through a proper, fair and democratic process. They've been developed because central government has forced us, local government, all over Aotearoa, into an accelerated reform process with an extremely short time frame and the threat of government-imposed backstop if councils do not move through the Head Start pathway. So while central government did not develop the options, it created conditions that have forced us to choose between them. The report acknowledges that the time frame has left councils with very little opportunity to complete the level of analysis, full consultation and community engagement normally expected for a decision of this magnitude. It also confirms that formal consultation has not occurred and that early survey results are indicative rather than statistically representative. For a decision that could reshape the identity, te tuakiri, the representation, te mana motu hake, the assets, the future governance of te tai tokero, it's simply not good enough. Therefore, in my conclusion, I cannot support options 1, 2, 3, or 4. However, there is a number that I will reiterate later on that might give you all an idea about where this corridor is going. I don't reject the work undertaken by the councils, elected members, or staff, government. I acknowledge the difficult position that we've all been placed in and the considerable amount of effort made to develop the possible pathways for te tai tokero. What I reject is the process that has been forced upon us, that has cornered us. Our history shows that the people of te tai tokero have never simply accepted the pathways put before them. E pēnei pia taku kōrero, he nama kei roto, me are taringa mai. In 1054, hei tā rereata, Kupenuku arrived in Te Hokianga Hakapau Krakia. He was a navigator, an explorer, an innovator. He didn't wait for somebody else to tell him to draw the map, to tell him which direction to travel. He used mātauranga, tōna maia, me tāna nana, tāna hakamomori, kia hakatere I te moana nui. In 1835, our Northern Rangatira signed he hakaputanga o te rangatiratanga o New Tirini, declaring their independence and affirming their authority. In 1845, the first battle of the Northern War took place at Kororareka. Our tupuna, Oneheke, Kawiti, challenged the erosion of Te Tino Rangatiratanga and resisted decisions being imposed upon them. In 1975, I puta ia mina te kōrero I te ata nei. Dave Whina from Whakarapa led the Māori land march from Te Hāpua to Te Pero o Te Ika to Parliament. Me tana whakatauaki, not one more acre. That march alone carried a clear message that still resonates within these walls and throughout our district. Decisions about our whenua, about our voices, about our future cannot continue to be made far away from the people who must live with the consequences. In 1985, Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Hoani Waititi opened. Whānau did not accept that the existing education system was sufficient for their tamariki or for the survival of te reo Māori. They created an innovative kaupapa Māori pathway for their own. And in 2025, central government forced our district into a binding poll on the future of Māori wards. The approximate votes that came in, around 13,346 votes, were to retain our Māori ward seats. Approximately 10,600 votes to remove them. Our people voted to retain their Māori voice, the representation, the time that it took to put their voices onto a piece of paper, and here we have that representation today and until 2031. The future is not clear with the options that are put before us. I tēnei rangi tonu, meri te tātou kia kupe. Kupe was not simply a navigator of oceans, he was a navigator of uncertainty. He sailed into the waters no one had charted before. He observed the stars, he read the winds, he understood the tides, he trusted the mātauranga by his people. And when conditions changed, he adjusted. And at times, so must we. He was driven by the responsibility to reach the right destination. That's the kind of leadership required from us now. So in this context, I follow examples from Kupe. Ka hore au mo te horo. I won't be rushed. I will not allow community voices to be replaced by assumptions. I will not accept the speed is more important than getting decisions right. And I will not allow Te Tai Tokiro to be pushed into accepting a structure without a clear mandate from all of our people. Our district is not simply a boundary on a map. Te Hiku o Te Ika is made up of distinctive communities, as we heard this morning, iwi, hapu, marae, urban and rural settlements. Our people understand their whenua, their awa, their moana, their maunga, their roads, their waterways, and their intricate local needs. The report itself identifies local voice, Māori representation, rural representation, and decision-making close to communities because that matters, and it matters because it needs to be protected. Bigger, which has been reiterated, is not automatically better. Our people answered clearly in 2025 through a democratic process, so why are we not being given the opportunity with this kaupapa? Show them where authority and decision-making powers will sit, explain clearly what will happen to local assets, debt rates, services, community boards, Māori boards, te treaty-based relationships. And then we are trusted to make those big decisions. E wama, ka hore au e wetiana. Ka hore au e hihiana kia kai I ngā kai pa horaina ki mui ahau. Waihoki e harau I te karoro. E nā ka kaingia ngā kai pa horaina ki mui ahau, aini pia ka rawa. Ko te mahi he timo timo. Ka puritia tonutia ki tō tātou mana motu haketanga. Yes, let us be brave. Yes, let us be bold. But do not let us be rushed into the options that have been put before us that we are being forced to decide on today. Ka mutu aku kōrero I konei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora hiu mai tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Akina. I'll pass now to Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Morrison and Lowe, and particularly Karen Land, who completed the consultancy process for all four of the councils. I note that on page 27 that they write about the option 4 stage transition, that this option delays the realisation of any benefits of full integration and introduces uncertainty about whether the final structure will even be achieved. I also note in their outline is that they require, stage 4 requires more complex legislation, more implementation arrangements than either option 1 or 3. And that this 2-stage transition, even when programmed from the outset, introduces additional complexity and additional costs over and above the other options. So I hear today, what do our people want? Are we representing the ratepayers and the residents? And I'm sure our people want a smooth transition with lower costs and less complexities. And so therefore I will not be supporting option 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson this morning. By way of reply, this is an important decision we're making today, but it's only a step in the journey that we're on. Just acknowledging that. This vote today will then give staff the steer on the very short time we've got to put together the proposal itself. That still won't answer all of the questions that I've heard raised today, the concerns that have been raised today as well. That still has to go through our elected steering group and ultimately we'll come back to this council table again. But even then, that's only another step in this journey because the proposal goes in and we'll wait for Cabinet to consider them and then to make decisions based on them. But part of the decision today is to do Head Start. We have a willing partner in Whangarei District Council who have voted and have resolved to be a part of Head Start based on option 4. It was unanimous at the table. The elected member steering group, option 4 was the only option that Whangarei would of course the steering group. We've seen that with their unanimous vote at their table this week as well. It is unfortunate that Kaipara have decided to not be a part of Head Start itself, but they will be a part of local government reform itself. Just like how regional council do not get to submit a proposal, they're still a part of local government reform. So this is something that doesn't end today, something that is going to continue on. Also got general election and a heck of a lot more time in this triennium that we're going to have to consider this and have these conversations. But I just want to acknowledge Rog, Jesse, some of the comments I heard in our lunch break around the fact that the other councils, their votes, it was like a flash of blink of an eye. They made their decisions. They didn't show their people like we have in just today in this vote, the diversity of thought, of concern, of support. And so I do think that even though we started this morning and it's now this afternoon, but I think that it's really important to show the people of the whānau how we are thinking and what our concerns are and ultimately how we're going to vote. But also it's just still another step on the way. Just to the fact that I am supporting option 4, and I come around to supporting option 4 because I was always for like a single unit theory. The people of the whānau through the surveys and they told me they wanted a far north unit theory, so I felt conflicted across this when option 4 came along that kind of offered me. For my personal preference and what the people of the whānau, and as crude as it is a survey that had a really good response rate. I link between the two and the line at that time. But I do push back with respect to Morrison Lowe, some of the assumptions that are given there because everything is an assumption for all of the different ones. And we're going to get some more money that comes out of this in the short time there, Rog. That might actually change our way of thinking around what we are backing today. When it comes back to the table on the 4th of August, might be something different again. And same again, then Cabinet, if they follow their timeline, release their decisions in September. And same again when, legislation comes through, we've got plenty to sign. But for me, this vote today is about saying we need to get somewhere. We want to be on the waka. I want to be a part of detailed design and Head Start, but I want to leave it up to central government to decide. And this gives me my ticket to be on the bus, even if the bus is 4 half bus, to be able to be part of those conversations. So if you're for it, you're for it. If you're not, you're not. Take to fight. That's what democracy is all about and why you will get killed on the stand. To be representatives and to share your tauranga, your experience, to vote having. That's what I love that. Every single thing is conscious way. So with that, we'll bring up the resolution, the recommendation, please, and also we'll go to Ben, and as mover, I am in favour of this. Call for Councillor Stratford.
Oh, cool.
Kohipuri.
Aye.
Councillor Howard.
Aye.
Councillor Balki.
Against.
Councillor Court.
Opposed.
Councillor Ford.
For.
Councillor Haukia Harawira.
Aye.
Councillor Rakina.
Stay.
Councillor Smolders.
Against.
Councillor Research. Thank you, and that has passed. That is carried. So I'm Kia kaha Roger to you in the staff working group, and looking forward to our next meeting to catch up. We'll get more for everyone about this. I will close us off with Kanahia. Thank you all for your time. Thank
you, Karen.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Goodbye.